T live? Let's find out. Is T witchy? Come on, D live, what is up with you? Alright, T is witchy. Is YouTubey? Come on, YouTubey. Is T witchy? Fox is holy. Here comes D. Is face bookie? We have 40 seconds to find out. Bling, bling, bling. All right. Intro coming up in 30 seconds. Pizza Dude's got 30 seconds. If you can name that movie, I will shout your praises. I'll say it again. Pizza Dude's got 30 seconds.
Welcome to the 9dNation.
בראשית ברא אלוהים את השמיים ואת הארץ.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Thousands of years later, it was Wednesday at 11 p.m. Central. Get your passport ready and be prepared to declare to the customs agents any edible plants or miscellaneous worldviews. You're now crossing into the nation with no denomination.
Welcome to the 9dNation, the nation with no denomination. This is episode 43. We've read Genesis 1:1 through Genesis 16, verse 16. And when reading what we've picked up so far, that you don't just kind of already know, like I didn't summarize the flood and all that, the creation. Stuff that I didn't really know, you know? Just carrying it along. Here's what we've learned so far. No human angel half-breeds. No murder. No blood drinking. Bloodlines. Greek Japhethites, Hamites, such as Philistines, Canaanites, Assyrians, Shemites, such as Lot and Uncle Abram, whose people will eventually, after trial, be great, and he'll have a Plan B crazy nation from his first son to the east from an extra Egyptian slave wife. All right. That's our story so far. Let's, oh, Black Yoda in the house. Oh, let's do this. Let's see if I can get this working.
Looky, looky, here comes Cookie, walking down the street. Looky, looky, I call him Cookie, 'cause he's sweet. Ooh, looky, looky, here comes Cookie, what a lucky brain. Looky, looky, I call him Cookie, 'cause he takes a cane.
That's a cookie from Black Yoda. First donation of the evening gets the full cookie animation. I don't know if you could tell, that might have gone a little smoother because I've hotkeyed all these things. I finally learned how to do that in OBS. All right. So we're going to have a pretty short Bible reading tonight. Just the way it broke out. I was going to try to do all of chapter 17. That was never going to work. So we're going to do 1 through 14. So Genesis 17. Going to read 1 through 14. Now, when Abram was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to Abram and said to him, I am God Almighty. Walk before me and be blameless. I will make my covenant between me and you, and I will multiply you exceedingly. Abram fell on his face, and God talked with him, saying, As for me, behold, my covenant is with you, and you will be the father of a multitude of nations. No longer shall you be named Abram, but your name shall be Abraham. For I have made you the father of a multitude of nations. I will make you exceedingly fruitful, and I will make nations of you, and kings will come from you. I will establish my covenant between me and you and your descendants after you throughout their generations, as an everlasting covenant to be God to you and to your descendants after you. And I will give to you and to your descendants after you the land where you live as a stranger, all the land of Canaan, as an everlasting possession, and I will be their God. God further said to Abraham, Now as for you, you shall keep my covenant, you and your descendants after you throughout the generations. This is my covenant which you shall keep. Between me and you and your descendants after you, every male among you shall be circumcised. And you shall be circumcised in the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be the sign of the covenant between me and you. And every male among you who is 8 days old shall be circumcised throughout your generations, including a slave who is born in the house, or who is bought with money from any foreigner who is not of your descendants. A slave who is born in your house, or who is bought with your money, shall certainly be circumcised. So my covenant shall be in your flesh as an everlasting covenant. But as for an uncircumcised male, one who is not circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin, that person shall be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant. All right. Now, what do you do next, G. Ross, on this show of yours? We go and read it in, I'm going to say loosely, Hebrew. You be the judge. Tell me if this is really Hebrew, what I'm about to do to your ears. Let's go. All right. There's like 4 stages to the show. Read it in English, read it in Hebrew, break it down, bring in the panel. The panel has kind of 2 aspects. On topic, off topic. It's like 80-20, 70-30. That starts in about 25 minutes probably. All right. Let me read 1 through 5 as best I can. Vehi Avram ben Tishim shana v'tesha shanim vayera ahaya el Avram vayomer elal ani el Shaddai hithalech lefanei veheye tamim. Vitana veriti bini uvenecha ve'erba otcha bamod meod. Vayipol Avram al pana vadaber itau Elohim lemor. Hamon. Hang on, I did that wrong. Wow, how did I mess that up? Verse 4. My notes are broken. Aneni brithi ath ueth la'ab emun guim. Goyim, I should say. Velo yikare od et shimcha Avram vechaya shimcha Avram ki av hamom goyim netitacha. All right, let's read 6 through 9. Vehefrati otacha b'mod meod unetatacha legoyim umelachim mimecha yatseu. Vahakimoti et beriti bani uvenecha uven zaracha acherecha ledoratam livrit olam liot lacha lelohim ulezaracha acharecha. Venatati lacha ulezaracha et eretz megurecha et kol erez Kenaan laachusat olam v'hayeti lahem lahalohim. Vayomer Elohim el Avraham ve'ata et beriti tishmor ata v'zaracha acharecha ledorotam. Let's read 10 through 12. Zot beriti asher tishmeru b'ni uvenechem uvein Zaracha acharecha himol lachem kol zachar. Unamaltem et basar arelatachem. Vehaya leot berit bene uvenechem. Oven shemonat yamim yimol lachem kol zachar la deretechem something. Bayit umiknat kesef mikol bin nechar asher lo mizarachahu. 2 more verses, 13 and 14. Let's read those. Himol yomol something betecha umiknat kaspecha vaye vahayeta veriti bivsarchem livrit olam vayarel zachar asher lo yemol et basar arelato vinechreta hanefesh hahu mea meha et beriti hefar. All right, now that's part 1 and 2. Part 3, we're going to break it down. We're going to cover those verses 1 through 14 in words. Hangton Alien Surfer is lurking. That's the lurking sound for Hangton Alien Surfer. All right, so verse 1. Let's take a look at it in Hebrew, kind of broken down in word chunks. Let me make it so you can fit it on screen. Here we go. All right. Let's talk a little bit about this briefly. Okay. There's one word in verse 1 of chapter 17 that we've not seen in the prior readings. That's Shaddai, Almighty. It can mean field or land. It's 48 usages in the Old Testament or the Law and Prophets. It comes from Shaddad, which is a violent force of destruction. It means the 2 front teeth and a tent door hanging. So it's like 2 flappy things. Shaddad itself has 57 uses. In context, it's usually like a tornado or a hurricane or a destroyer, like a bandit. Let's look at that a little closer. Shaddad. See how it can mean... Why did I say it can mean land? I think I'm high on crack. That one part was not... My notes are... Oh, no. It says right here, it can mean field or land. I don't know why it said that. Let's look at shadow light. Well, I already told you what that says. So I'm going with Almighty. It's tent door and the 2 front teeth. So it's like the 2 tent flaps. And it just maps out. I could see how that if there's a violent force or destruction, like a hurricane or a tornado, that would like, you'd be concerned about your tent door. So I could see how it kind of relates. But it always means I am God Shaddai, right? God Almighty. You see it in all these usages here on the screen. So I'm going to go with that. We have in the chat a cookie from Special Patriot 72 has been, can I out you a bit? Been getting into the Bible and taking it as a way to kind of, I don't know. I don't want to out you too much. We were just in another chat over there at Sloan TV. Fantastic show at Sloan TV. What a good find Commander Sloan has found. John Kennedy tearing up the Fed guy. Just like tearing him up. Cornering him, leaving him for dust. And anyway, we were talking a little flat earth over there in the chat, just saying. But Special Patriot, here's your cookie.
Looky, looky, here comes Cookie, walking down the street. Looky, looky, I call him Cookie, 'cause he's sweet. Ooh, looky, looky.
Thank you for that cookie. We've also got in the house Jumbie Man, Duppy. Let's put the sticker out. The sticker that doesn't get enough use these days. Look at that. You saw it right here. The Duppy Files. All right. Let's go to verse. Okay, so we talked about the one new word. Let's put this verse together. Let me go back to here. When Abram was 99, God said, I'm the big dog. Do what I say. It doesn't really change our story so far, so let's go to verse 2. Verse 2. All right. Not a lot to change here either, and no words that we haven't seen in prior weeks. This is when we start to get in the slicing and dicing of the unconditional covenants versus the ones that are conditional and depend on man's behavior. Sometimes when God makes a covenant, it's, I will swear on myself that I, God, am going to do this no matter what. And then sometimes he says, if you do X, Y will happen. Deuteronomy is going to make it pretty clear some of the effects of the nation disobeying and going into exile. And so we're going to watch this as we go. I suspect for the next long while, we're going to be watching covenants and breaking them down. Are they conditional or unconditional? Can you tell I'm a dispensationalist? You probably can. Do you know what a dispensationalist is? If you do, you're a theology nerd, and a modern theology nerd, and from Texas or from the South or from America, where dispensationalism has resurged in the last 50 to 100 years. Anyway, enough of that. Enough of that boring eschatology. Verse 3. No new words. It's basically Abram bowed the lowest possible for this chat with God. He super genuflected. No real change to our story so far as I'm concerned. So let's go to verse 4. There is one new word. It sounds, let's see, what's the new word? Yeah, this is where I messed up earlier. It's hamon. It's a sound, murmur, roar, crowd, or abundance. I'm thinking many waters, which you're going to see throughout the Bible, like in prophecies like with Isaiah and Daniel, and then in Revelation. A lot of times when God shows up, incarnate or pre-incarnate, he sounds like many waters. There's 83 usages of hamon in the Law and Prophets. It's like a horde. So, I, God, will make you father of many nations. That sounds unconditional at a glance here. Let's look at verse 15. 5. I don't know why I said 15. I meant 5. Your name is not going to be Abraham, but you're going to be Abraham because you're going to father of many nations. So let me update our story so far. We haven't heard it for 10 minutes. No human angel half-breeds, no murder, no blood drinking. There are Greek Japhethites, Hamites, such as Philistines, Canaanites, Assyrians, or Shemites, such as Lot and Uncle Abraham, whose people will eventually, after trial, be great. And he'll have a cozy plan B crazy nation from his first son to the east from an extra Egyptian slave wife. Now, I have seen people go, name change, no big deal. I've been taught that. I don't know why. To me, I'm it's highly mentioned in the text. Something is being transformed and needs to be marked, I think. StudyLight, if you look at studylight.org, shows that he goes from being called father of elevation, so Abram, or Avram, to father of multitude, or Avraham. So he's going from high father to great father, I would say. Abra Bacon. You had Abraham, but ladies and gentlemen, let's see if I can remember which hotkey this is. Nope, not that one. Is it? Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard of Abraham. Abra Bacon. That's thanks to Duppy. Thanks to Duppy. What's F10? F10 is Galloping Gertie. Yeah, that's right. All right. Aren't you glad I hotkeyed the applause, Duppy? The whole flat earth thing. Okay, so Special Patriot is coming out in the chat and saying, Genesis 1:4. Yeah. We covered that about 40 some odd weeks ago. The firmament gets banged out like a flat piece of metal. So like a see-through crystalline construct of some sort. It ain't a vast expanse of mostly vacuum with bumping particles. I'm just saying. But Earth don't move if you're a literal Bible reader. I'm just flat out there with you, Special Patriot. But I love all of my brothers and sisters, even the ones who don't believe in the luminiferous ether. Which we should debate that later tonight, too. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Where am I in my notes? So I'm saying he goes from being called High Father, Father of elevation, to Great Father, Father of a multitude. Avram to Avraham. Let's look at verse 6. You will sire kings. Is he like an emperor? Because he's going to sire kings. He's like a level above kings. He's almost acting like an empire buster. You remember from chapter, 14, 15? Let's look at verse 7. I will establish my covenant between me and you and your descendants after and their generations for covenant everlasting to be your God, and your descendants after you. All right. No real change there to our story so far. Not trying to gloss over it, just trying to save a little time. Let's look at verse 8. There's two new words here. Magor or Magur. This is a sojourning place, or a dwelling place, or a sojourning itself, like the act of sojourning. Like an instance of being in a sojourn or doing a sojourn or a sojourn itself. The gerund. There's 11 usages in the Law and Prophets. It comes from gur, which is abide or sojourn, which has 98 usages in the Law and Prophets or the Old Testament. And we already saw that one, so I'm comfortable to just call this to nomadically migrate to and kind of hang someone out permanently-ish in. I mean, I'm just trying to say Abraham is basically that annoying gypsy that moves in and never leaves. I'm just saying. I hope I have enough gypsy in my past, in my bloodlines, to call people gypsies. I don't know. I think everyone's a little bit gypsy. Ooh, Stevie Nicks. I'm suddenly thinking Magor invented the internet. Thank you, Duppy. That's awesome. We also need to know the word achuza. That's a possession. There's 66 examples in the Old Testament, or the Law and Prophets, and it means property. So this verse essentially says, I give you and your descendants all of Canaan forever, even though you're a stranger there, and I'll be your God. So our story so far could be this. No human angel half-breeds, no murder, no blood drinking. There are Greek Japhethites, Hamites such as Philistines, Canaanites, Assyrians, or Shemites such as Lot and Uncle Abraham, who will sire great kings in a new place for them, Canaan. Also another line and country to the east. Let's look at verse 9. Got about 6 more verses to go. Making good time. All right. No real change here. Said God to Abraham, as for you, my covenant you shall keep, and your descendants after you throughout their generations. Verse 10. There's one new word here, mul. Moil, to circumcise. Mul, miel. There's 36 examples in the Old Testament, or the Law and Prophets. We're going to have to talk about circumcision. And here we are. topic is here. I'm just going to come right out and say it. This is a weird thing to do, right? Like, who's going to just on purpose do this? So the summary here is, and we'll talk more about it in just a second, but I want to give you the summary of this verse. Oh, by the way, you'll chop off your male genital tips. So we can add to our story so far. Circumcision instated. There are some scholars who suggest the ritual within Israelite culture came to replace child sacrifice. What's your proof, G. Ross? Let me share this link with you. Let me share this link. All right. Let me check on Facebook. I never check on those guys. They're there. Oh, yeah. Last week's video was blocked and can't be viewed in Russia. I think I was playing too much copyright music or something. I don't know. So if you read that link, you can see some argument. Yes, Duppy, I thought of that while I was researching this. It's an Egyptian custom first. I'm totally open to that and kind of pretty convinced. I think this article might even talk about that. I can't remember. I want to also make this point. It's possible that it may not have been as bad back then as it is now. Now, their skin is removed. It might have been just a circular cut. I'm not a theology expert on circumcision, but wouldn't it be kind of cool to find out that it wasn't complete mutilation? I mean, I'm not trying to carry water for this. It is what it is, but we're reading really old text. This article says the biblical version of circumcision was a very small sliver of skin, more like a bloodletting. So, it's not a very comfortable conversation, but let's look at the next verse. Verse 11. There are two new words here. Namal, that's branch to be cut down off, or circumcise. There are 5 law and prophets usages. It's similar to mul, namal, mul. So it's another word for circumcise. It's a little more precise, I guess. Orla, that's foreskin. There's 16 examples in the Old Testament. So cut around. Does it remove that much? So this verse is basically saying, to show you're part of the nation, you do the sign. But the covenant is unconditional as between God and Israel, the nation. So in other words, individuals could break covenant and be cut out. That's how I'm taking this. No real change to our story so far that I need to bring along. I mean, circumcision has been popping up a lot lately, too. That good one, special patriot. That's crazy. I took that as a joke, popping up a lot. What with the... It's a very patriotic sticker. Verse 12 here. We need miknah, that's a purchase. 15 examples in the law and prophets. It comes from the word kana, or acquire. Nakar, that which is foreign or foreignness. There's 36 examples in the Old Testament. It can mean strange. So to put this verse together, you will circumcise anyone born in your houses or brought in from the outside on the 8th day. So I guess if you bring someone that's older than 8 days, you got to hit them immediately. There is, by the way, and I did not bring a link, there is some indication that that's a medical good time to do it. Too early, and then there'd be certain lack of healing abilities, and too late, it'd be a little bit more painful. I'm not trying to defend the practice. I'm just saying God told them to do it. He did in the text. If you take the Bible literally, which I do, it says they had to. So let's look at verse 13. Must be circumcised. He was born in your house. He was brought with your money, and it shall be covenant in your flesh for a covenant everlasting. No words in that verse that we have not already seen before in prior weeks. So let's look at verse 14. There's 2 new words. Arel, that means having foreskin, so uncircumcised. There's 35 examples in the Old Testament or the law and prophets. Parar, that means defeat. There's 50 usages in the Law and Prophets. If you go to studylight.org, you'll see this is the picture of an open mouth. It's got an R character, which is a picture of a head. So combining these, it means open the head. So like the heads of grain are scattered on the threshing floor, a smooth, hard, level surface. An ox is leading around the floor, crushing the heads, opening them to reveal the seeds inside. Always used, this word is, about vows and covenants or contracts. So to put it all together, this will be the end of this reading. We'll go to our panel here in a minute. But let's get our grand huzzah. No human angel half-breeds. No murder, no blood drinking. There are Greek Japhethites, Hamites such as Philistines, Canaanites, Assyrians, or Shemites such as Lot and Uncle Abraham, who will sire great kings in a new place for them, Canaan. Also another line and country to the east. Circumcision instated to prove membership to the nation. And with that, I will bring our music to a gentle close. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, bing, bing. I will start a Jitsi. And I'm going to superstitiously start a new one because sometimes the old one, some people can't get in. I can't get in. I can't get in. All right, this will be tonight's. Oh, allow. Main. The video capture device will be deactivated. All right, let me put in the chat. Dwang. Special Patriot, are you trying to roll that horrible GIF up? I don't blame you. That's how I'm assuming you mean. All right. I have not. Well, can I? Use the camera button in the address bar to fix this. Camera button in the address bar. Man, what? No, I don't want the camera button. I want the microphone button. No. Hey, Black Yoda.
Oh, what's up, man?
I have a issue. Oh, here we go. I'm muted.
Why are you muted?
Fix it. Here, I'm gonna do this. Let's try this. Allow. Join meeting. Use the camera button. Always allow. Done. All right, I fixed it. Okay, I fixed it.
What was it?
I pushed the wrong button and it was super sticky. I had to read instructions and do other stuff. Bruce Q. Wayne in the house. Nice. Fox hopping. Brother Stephen Ty Turner. What is going on?
Pretty much the same as always. But I did come across something that pertains to Genesis.
Yeah.
And it has to do with 2 Peter 3:8.
All right.
You want to look that bad boy up?
I'm looking it up.
Now, don't say anything of what it is, but just read what it is, and you
Okay.
might be able to guess where I'm going with it.
2 Peter 3. Let's do King James. But beloved, be not ignorant of this one thing, that one day is with the Lord as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day. I have a couple thoughts about that, but yeah, it's a good one. It is a good one.
Now, do you want to get into some of that right now, or do you want to wait until like other people join the jitsi?
Oh, I'm comfortable to get into it now. I think for tonight, I just want to make sure if anybody has any comments. I put a lot out there in the last half hour about circumcision. You know, I'm kind of creeped out by it. It carries forward in like the culture I grew up in, automatic, without thinking. All male babies are just circumcised, just automatically. It's just like so. Yeah,
I've always thought it was kind of weird, and I
is.
guess I've always looked at it like, why would you give it to us if you want us to cut it off?
Right, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I trust the Lord, and so I'm sure there's some awesome stuff we'll learn one day. And you can speculate, right? And there's some ideas and blah blah blah, but you know, it's
I'm assuming my son is circumcised.
you know,
I don't think I've ever seen him naked.
well, that's probably an okay thing. I mean, I shouldn't out Angular like this. That kid does not like pants. I'll just leave it at that. I'm like, brother, can you put on some pants?
You mean like when he was little, or are you talking
No,
about like
he still just hates them. And I'm like, all right, well, puberty will kick in and he'll become modest any minute now. We've got a can. I'm going to share the can animation. You won't hear it, but it'll be loud.
Who's dropping cans?
I will tell you. That can came from Lynn's Over It. Thanks for stopping by, Lynn's Over It. That's fantastic.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's just weird. Circumcision
Well,
is weird.
keep in mind, for those up there in the chat, I didn't know I had a son until I was 4.5, or he was 4.5. So, like, I'm assuming he's circumcised because he was born here in Phoenix,
Mm-hmm.
and that's just part of the process, I think. Wait, is that just a natural part of the process, or do the parents decide?
So, around by where I am, back in the day, you had to kind of go out of your way to tell the hospital if you were born in a hospital not to do it. Like it was almost default. These days, it was pretty openly. Like we had Angular in 2010, and they didn't push it one way or the other. They just offered it and said, "Hey, what's your decision?" So it was a little more. But I tell you what, let's say you never thought about it. You got your firstborn for your first male, and all of a sudden they're like, "Hey, do you want him circumcised?" You got 10 minutes to think about it, and it's like, you want to think about that before because they're going to hit you with that question.
No, I always thought it was a little strange, and
It is.
now that's just one of those things that naturally I was always like, well, why'd you put it there if you want it to be cut off?
Right.
I didn't even know what that was until I was like a teenager.
Mm-hmm. It's weird. I didn't think about this, but somebody has put in the chat, Michael Myers has said something that, Black Yoda, if you know this, then do you see, are you able to see the chat? I'm going to read it.
No, I'm on my phone.
You're on your phone?
I'm not in front of the laptop.
All right.
No.
I have heard this, so I'm pretty sure this is true. I'm going to read this. Be prepared to be just grossed out. There are some synagogues, hopefully very few.
Is the Vatican about to come up and like some sorcery shit?
No, where the rabbis remove the foreskin, because that's one of their jobs.
Oh, yeah. I know where you're going.
Yeah. I won't say it then. I mean,
I don't know enough about the Catholic Church to say one way or another if that's true.
No, that's Jewish. Oh, maybe
I
the
thought you were.
Catholics do that too. I don't know.
Well, if you were about to say what I thought you were about to say,
They use not a knife.
So
I thought you were going to say that they cut it off and then they wipe it with their mouth.
That's pretty much what's being talked about in the chat. Yeah.
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 I've only heard about it from the Catholic side. I never bothered to look into the whole Jewish part.
Well, that can't be a majority of Jewish. That's probably a
What?
very, very small minority.
am I muted? I'm sorry.
No. Hangton
right.
Alien Surfer, you're just in time. Settle a bet. Do aliens practice circumcision?
Well, before you answer that, a more disturbing thought crossed my mind. Don't Jewish kids get circumcised when they're like 13 or something?
No, I think day 8
That's
probably.
disturbing. Actually, no. It's a brisk and okay. Not that I know a lot about this because I'm not Jewish. I'm Catholic, actually. No, I was raised Catholic, I should say. But brisk is when. Do you remember the Seinfeld episode where he cut off didn't he cut off his thumb or pinky or something like that?
There was something about that. I forget what the Seinfeld take was.
Yeah.
Wait, cut off what?
Yeah. There was a Seinfeld episode.
Seinfeld circumcision. Let's look at
What they
that.
cut off in the Seinfeld episode?
I think it tip is his thumb or something like that. It might have not been Seinfeld. I could be wrong.
Hey, let me jump in real quick because Vanka is correcting us. I hope you heard me say, Vanka, it's got to be a tiny, 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 tiny group of people.
But I grew up Catholic and in Catholicism in America anyway. Yeah. Catholicism is different in different countries. But yeah. But I do think it's an American thing where, yeah. I don't think it's I think it was a religious thing up until a certain point, but yeah, it's an American thing where for I don't have the chat open, so I can't read what they're saying. I can imagine what they're saying, but so okay.
Well, I guess.
Yeah, brisk.
I
Yeah.
guess if we're going to be talking about the circumcision, out of this whole chapter, more than the covenant and circumcision, well, I guess this would be the two. The part that caught my mind the most was 17:12, where at the end he's saying, not just your seed, but anybody that you've bought and brought into the house,
Mm-hmm.
and and do the El Chapo, then they're part of the covenant too.
Yep. Good catch.
So that really stood out to me. So at this point, you can bring in somebody that's not even part of the bloodline and give them God's promise.
Right.
That's what stood out to me.
But they have to have the covenant sign, right? So got it. Like you said, you got to do the El Chapo.
Well, no, but it has to be. All right. So like how we have these Kasarians now that just converted their faith.
Yep.
I don't think that would be the same as being brought in to somebody's home to start the covenant process,
Right.
and then committing with your choice. Does that make sense?
Does to me.
Are you? That's a huge commitment. Though.
Right.
What, the El Chapo or what?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
You're serious
Well,
if you volunteer.
No. But even if, like, okay, most of us when we were younger, we didn't have a kind of a choice. Like when I got
You
my
can't miss what you
smallpox
don't have.
vaccine, that I have a scar on my freaking shoulder for, that all the other kids make fun of me because most of the kids in my most of the kids I know or I knew when I was younger didn't have that scar. I was like one of the last people to have that scar for the smallpox vaccine.
Yeah, I have it.
Yeah. Oh,
It's
okay.
it's real hard to find. I can't remember which arm it is.
It's like a cigar burn.
Yeah,
It
it's got
looks
like little pokey points, like 4 points and one in the middle and like a circle.
I can't. Yeah, I don't have the clothing on to show it, but
I mean, if we're flexing, I can.
But no, I have a scar right here. Looks like a scar burn. I got it when
I'm
I
not
was
getting your video,
baby.
but it might be
What?
my bandwidth
What?
limit.
You don't have video, Norm.
What? My video is not showing?
No,
No.
negative, sir.
What?
We do not have your alien feed. We have your audio.
You don't have my video?
Negative, sir.
Oh, that's weird.
We does not.
Wait, do you have OBS open, Norm?
Yeah, I do. Oh,
Look who suddenly knows a lot about OBS, right?
oh yeah.
Well, no, he's done this before where OBS is the culprit.
Well, no, OBS is a bastard sometimes.
It is.
All right. So let me turn off my OBS. Can you see me now?
Let the lag catch up.
There should be no lag. Are you watching it on Foxhole? Yeah, let the lag show.
Well, no, I'm live with you guys through Jitsi, but I don't know if there's lag with the audio
Can you
popping.
see me? I don't have OBS on.
Oh, while you're doing that,
No.
I got a link from somebody.
It says I can see myself. Hold on.
I got a link from somebody I'm going to put in the chat.
Oh.
They can take credit if they want.
You guys cannot see me?
No.
Oh, man, it doesn't quite fit in the... Let's try this.
Let me leave and come back.
All right, leave and come back.
I can't see Black Yoda anymore, but yeah.
Well, no, I was messing with something to see if...
No, let me leave and come back not with OBS on. I turned off OBS.
All right.
No, that's weird that you guys can't see me because I can see you guys this stuff. All right, but let me. I'm quitting out of OBS right now. Quitting out anything that can interrupt.
Black Yoda, I just sent you a DM of what I put in the chat.
What is it?
It's an article I got from somebody who I'm going to let them stay nameless. It's a good find. It's from 2003, I want to say. And it's some genetic lineage of haplotypes for like the Khazarian that you were talking about.
Oh, we can see you now, Norm.
Hey, we got you.
All right. So I had a...
Yeah, I can see it.
No,
yeah, there was an angle. Yeah, when you hit the angle just right, you can see
hold on. But no, I have a scar. It looks like a scar burn, but it's a smallpox vaccination.
Yep.
Let
And
me see if I got one. Shit.
So that's on your left shoulder.
Younger than us, Black Yoda.
But he might have it. Depends on where.
Where he's born, yeah.
I don't know.
And by the way, I can't turn on my alien now that I don't have OBS on. But yeah,
Doe.
good to see you guys.
Yeah.
But, and actually, I got actually cleaned up. I went to a barber shop actually, and
Bro, you're looking slick. Around about the same time, I shaved off a few inches of beard.
What?
I also scrubbed off some beard a few days ago.
No, I was told to shave.
The boss?
Yeah, I'm supposed to be in Florida right now. But yeah, there was something that happened, and I didn't go to Florida. Not under my control to visit the in-law. But yeah, it was something beyond my control, so I couldn't go, but I had to get cleaned up
Right on.
and look presentable, but I did it as much as possible.
Now I got something right there that looks like a birthmark, but I remember I used to get the vaxes when I was a kid. I remember going a few times.
That's the only vax I know of getting, actually, was smallpox.
I remember going like 2 or 3 times. And I remember that last time the doctor was like, this isn't going to hurt. No, I asked him, is this going to hurt? And he was like, no. And I remember from the other ones, it stung at first, but then it just goes away, right?
Did you get a lollipop?
I don't remember. So I didn't think nothing of it. And they do the shot, and it just increased with pressure as he's doing it. And then he takes the needle out, and it just kept getting sore and sore and more sore. And I started to cry. And I was like, you lied to me. And as I'm looking at him, I'm starting to tear up because the pain is increasing, right? And I remember saying, you said that it wasn't going to hurt. And I remember my grandmother kind of like sighing, like, it'll be okay. And I remember the car ride back home, I'm still crying because it's still, I remember that shit hurt for like 3 days. I don't know what was in that last one, but
Thymosol, mercury, nanites, all sorts of horrible
I don't
stuff.
know if they were doing all that back then.
Right. They might not have.
But nowadays, kids get like, if you look at the list of shots that these kids get now, it's fucking retarded.
It's a lot.
Oh yeah, I had mumps, I had the measles, I had chicken pox, and I had all these diseases where I had natural immunity because I had those diseases. And then I believe in the 1980s is when they started doing those vaccines. But I had all these in the 70s, so I didn't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
The only one I ever had was chicken pox.
That thing was itchy.
I remember they got or back then, I don't know if it's still there. They had a Gerber food factory that had like an amusement park for kids. And we were all excited to go. And we were starting to line up that morning in the classroom to get on the buses to go. And the teacher comes up to me and she was like, do you feel okay? And I was like, yeah. And she was like, lift up your shirt. And so I lift up my shirt and I look down and they had all these red dots all over me and shit. And so she was like, I can't let you go on the field trip. I'm like, man, I've been waiting all month for this shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Dude, I was so pissed. And but I remember my aunt was still living with us at the time, and her daughter. And I want to say she was about 4. And they wanted to make I couldn't be like in a room with my grandfather because he never had it. But they wanted me to play with her so she could just get it out the way. You
Right.
know what I mean?
Chickenpox party.
Well,
yeah.
Well, that's natural immunity, and
Yeah.
and because it's non
lethal to children,
Right.
but to older people, it could actually cause some really harmful side effects.
I heard it can make
Uh,
a man sterile if you get it too late in life.
Exactly, which was what I was talking about. After you've gone through puberty, it actually is a really bad thing. But before you go through puberty, it's allegedly not a bad thing.
Yeah, you just shake it off. Everybody,
Yeah.
And you hear that people that get shingles are people that have had.
I had shingles.
Shingles are horrible.
5 years ago, I had shingles.
Shingles.
I hear that's from people that have had chickenpox though. Like they're connected somehow.
Well, yeah, they're part of the same viral outbreak. It's kind of like a mild herpes. Well, herpes are a viral outbreak, allegedly. And I'm saying allegedly because I know, but I don't know. But I knew a couple guys that said they had herpes. I don't know why they admit this shit. I don't know why any of your friends admit that kind of shit to you. You stay away from any woman that has been with your friends that said they had herpes, by the way.
So when I got shingles, and my brother was like, "Don't mess with that. Go take Valtrex now." And he's a doctor.
Yeah.
He's a doctor, and he's like, if you have a small chance of having a permanently debilitating disease, so go take Valtrex.
What is Valtrex?
Herpes medicine.
Well,
fuck you, Norm. I tell you what to do every time.
What?
So shut the fuck up.
I'm not talking.
Listen to girlfriends.
Yeah. You tell
yes, and guess what? I'm his fiance.
Hi, Kitty.
All of Kitty's girlfriends have had herpes.
I know. I picked up on that.
So, all of Kitty's girlfriends had herpes. So don't sleep with Kitty's girl.
Tiffany has not. Tiffany lives in Canada.
Hey, Revision.
Okay, but all the Kitty's girlfriends here has had herpes.
No,
so
Michelle does not have herpes.
Oh, right.
So let me tell you, Norm, what happened when I went to. So my
Sarah.
We're talking about having shingles, Kitty. Remember when I had shingles and you weren't there?
Oh,
okay.
So
G. Ross is telling me about.
Pete, oh, cry. Like I'm gonna freaking leave freaking Oxnard on a freaking.
We're
boat
talking about
trip.
shingles. Okay.
I know, so I'm gonna leave a boat trip for you in the hospital where you don't even freaking say hello.
Whatever.
Dude, I'm a fucking selfish bitch, man.
Love you, Kitty. Bye.
I love Kitty cameos.
All right, yeah, I know, but all our friends have had herpes, so don't sleep with our friends.
So I go to the grocery store. My brother writes me a script. I go to the drugstore.
Wait, so shingles is herpes?
Hold on.
It is, Kitty.
Tell her. That's why we got
to mute. I'm going to mute.
Wait, you have herpes?
No, it's shingles. Kitty.
No, I have herpes.
I'm going to mute.
So I went.
Wait, hold on. Hang 10, remind her that we were talking about Valtrex, and I asked G. Ross, what is Valtrex?
Right.
So let her know that's how herpes.
No, that's what I took for actually Valtrex is actually what I took. And they gave me Nuprin too. They also gave me Nuprin. I didn't take the Nuprin.
I was so embarrassed to get Valtrex at the drugstore. I had to tell the person, I'm like, I have shingles. I just couldn't handle them thinking I had herpes. I don't know why. I mean, who cares, right?
I didn't even know when I took it. I got Nuprin and Valtrex.
Yeah,
I didn't know what either one was.
So they're looking at you like
they asked me if I was like allergic to either one. I said I don't know. I've never taken either one. So how am I supposed to know if I'm allergic to either one?
Right. So let me ask you guys a question.
Yeah.
Before we get to the 1,000 years topic, Yoda, just one more quick thing from the text. We were talking about bris. Have you guys come across that theory that British might mean British?
No, I haven't.
I dived on that for a couple minutes one day, and it's just basically that idea that British is like an infiltration of the English people from people that were like practice the circumcision. I didn't do a lot on it. I was just curious if anybody else had come across it, but
I haven't
if
come
not,
across that.
yeah.
I mean, that sounds more like
Yeah.
colonialism than anything else.
Yeah,
but
but I don't
Uh-huh.
I don't know if Brit and brisk sound the same, but yeah, but the vocabulary I don't think is the same. But Britannia and okay, if you look up the actual vocabulary, Britannia.
No,
What is
mine's more interesting.
no okay, I'm gonna
So-
mute her because she's talking about like she's still stuck on this
Well, dude,
the
you gave me
the
like,
herpy whatever you were talking
it's
about.
a simplex number 1, and guess what? I got it because my parents did not know. And
Well,
they just said,
she's talking about like cold sores.
Chocolate chiclet.
I've never had a cold sore.
chocolate
By the way,
chiclet.
I've never had a cold sore, and I've dated many women
But
with cold
then
sore.
when you have shingles, I could get like downstairs shingles.
No, you couldn't. No, that's not the way.
Yeah,
it
no,
works.
it's chickenpox basically, Kitty.
It's chickenpox. You already had chickenpox. So
yeah, if you've had chickenpox, you can't catch shingles. I'll tell you one thing: you have to be
no,
careful.
it's a different type of herpes. It's herpes, but herpes. God.
One thing you have to, I when I had shingles, I read up on it, and I'm not
Oh,
supposed
yeah,
to go
so did I.
around. I'm not supposed to go around young kids that didn't have the chickenpox vaccine
Mhm.
unless their parents didn't mind
And
them
it's too
getting
much fun.
chickenpox.
Well,
Or I'm
yeah,
getting-
and I wasn't allowed to go to work because I had people at work that said they didn't have chickenpox,
Right.
A breather.
which is insane.
It's risky.
With our age range.
It's risky.
Because if you don't have chickenpox before your
What?
puberty, you are at risk of being sterile.
Somebody in the
way.
You have
chat,
one.
somebody over on
If
Twitch
you have
chat
one. Give
got
me a
it when they were
bottle. If
19.
you have one. and
I don't
you
have a
do-
cold sore. No.
No, I've never had a cold sore either.
I know, but guess what? That's
Well,
that's actually
Now,
yes. Look it
We're
up.
at the top of hour number
not
one.
me, I'm
Our
here
panel's
to
been
talk.
on for about a half hour. Are you
Alright.
guys ready for the Yoda bomb drop?
I wouldn't call it
yeah.
a bomb.
All right, sorry.
I wanted to talk about this subject. I'm sorry, Kitty, I interrupted.
No,
But,
it's
yeah,
cool.
yeah.
We covered the
Check it
bris. We
out.
covered. Sorry, I'm overselling it, Yoda. But do you want to bring it in?
This is just 2 Peter 3:8, and it was talking about one day for God is 1,000 years for us.
Mm-hmm.
He said Peter.
I
And-
know.
Well, it's kind of fitting with the whole circumcision.
Right.
Well, yeah. Sorry,
Well,
I didn't mean to say that like that, but I did. But yeah,
So,
Which
so
chap-
I'm,
I'm
Yeah.
still in Jeremiah. Hold on.
Is it 2 Peter what chapter?
3:8.
That's
2
my
Peter
hair.
3, King James. All right.
Joel.
Let me read it again. Is that cool?
Yeah.
still looking at me.
Be not ignorant of this one thing, that one day is with the Lord as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day.
So I'm watching this thing, and that verse comes up, and I wrote it down because I was like, I need to reread, this whole chapter so I can take it in context, right?
Right.
But the little voice was like, 1,000 days is one day for God. It's just in the back of my head, just bouncing around, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I finished watching whatever I'm watching, and I flipped back to Genesis. And you know how at the very beginning of Genesis is talking about what God did on the different days.
Right.
And I couldn't help but wonder, even though it says day, when you look at that comment in 2 Peter 3:8, could that possibly still be 1,000 years for us, one day for God?
Yeah, it could. Yeah.
Okay,
Then
so
so
do
then
we
on the
have to
sixth,
say does time travel? Okay, does time act the same for us
Right.
than it does in heaven? Because
God would be outside of time.
well, yes, exactly what you're saying, but always thought gravity and time were interjected with us, and that's
Yes.
how come we age faster than people outside the heavens or outside the earth.
Nah,
And,
I don't
and
factor gravity into that more than I do time, space, and matter.
well, same. Okay.
I went to
It-
Catholic school.
Yeah,
know this.
she went to Catholic school,
and I went to
Nice.
Paris,
and
And I
so
had
did
it.
I. But
I knew it.
Is she circumcised?
yeah,
I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it.
And I didn't know him.
I couldn't help it.
she's a woman.
No.
Actually,
Prayer.
it's International Women's Week, and for all you women watching, Hershey wants you to think that men can do everything better than women, even being a woman. You
Right.
should be outraged. You should be outraged.
Yep.
Because men make better women swimmers. They make better women kickboxers. They make better women athletes than any woman. Men can be better women than women can be. So you women should all be outraged right now. I am outraged because I don't think that's right.
No,
But
we're gonna kickbox
All right.
right now. Because
Yeah.
I'm bitter, and we're gonna film it.
Well, no, men can make better women than women can make.
Yeah,
Allegedly, according to the Joe Biden administration, with Rachel Levine, or
Man,
Richard Levine, what the fuck
even
is
as a
that all
man,
about?
that guy is ugly.
Breaking the glass ceiling with a man being woman. What the fuck is that all? No, sorry, I didn't mean to swear. But
No, it's
no,
appropriate.
I mean, women should be freaking outraged. I am freaking outraged. No, never mind. I don't want to say anything. I'm gonna mute myself now. Bye.
So Duppy in the chat asks, "What is a woman?" I'm not qualified to say. I'm not a doctor.
I'll say what it is.
I'm kidding.
I'm a recreational biologist because I study biology recreationally, and I actually know recreationally what a woman is. Don't ask me how. Recreationally, I study I'm a recreational gynecologist too. Of course, that was just a game we played in college. But yes, I know what a woman is because of all the recreational learning. I don't have to be an academic.
Just the fact that they even asked the question, "What is a woman?" is just mass psychosis nonsense.
Yeah, you ever played
And it's
doctor when
ridiculous
you
that
were
we
like
even
in
have
junior high?
dude, having that conversation is like having the conversation of what bathroom to use. It's retarded. We shouldn't be entertaining this.
Right, of
You know?
course.
And it's like it's like every time you think they can't possibly get any more retarded, they hit you with the
retard is actually, according to Michelle Obama, she outlawed the word retard.
Well, she's retarded.
Yeah,
I'm gonna use the word retard.
All right, but no, she actually outlawed that word. In the administration that her husband was in.
She has no judiciary power whatsoever. She can outlaw these nuts. It wouldn't. What executive judiciary privilege does she have?
All right, so
she need to figure. And matter of fact, isn't her real name Michael Levon Robinson?
Big Mike.
Well, all right. Well, if you say so, allegedly.
Ask Michelle Obama if she's circumcised.
Yeah, you gotta know how to use it. You gotta know what's going on.
So Chops ITMC, I want to catch up the chat a little, says that
thinking of
verse says
stories.
time is irrelevant in reference to
Doesn't
divinity.
matter. You guys are
Psalm
talking
90,
about
Yoda,
Peter
says,
or
1,000 years in thy sight
Pietro.
are but as yesterday when it is past, and as a watch in the night. So to me, it's not an exact ratio, because a watch in the night is 3 hours. So
It
could
really
just,
caught my attention in a way that I just never really thought about it
Mhm.
before. And
right.
I always looked at God being outside of time. So a day for him wouldn't really it always seemed to me like if you're outside of time, you know, a day for you wouldn't really have like a linear
Right.
value to it, right?
Right. Yeah, so there's not like a multiplier effect. It's just, that's why I like this verse, Psalm 90, verse 4. It's like a day or a few hours. It's like, it's immaterial. Like, it's just, like you said, he's outside of time.
Yeah.
Impeach 'em all says, doesn't the Bible say New Jerusalem will never have night? That is correct, because Jesus will be the source of illumination.
I do have another question about Genesis though.
Yeah.
So 1:3, God says, "Let there be light."
Right.
But in 16, he creates the two lights, the sun and the moon.
Right.
So where did the first light come from?
Could be from God himself. Maybe it was some other source. That's a very good question.
It comes from the human soul, or
Yeah.
well,
humans weren't there till day 6.
He hadn't even made the earth yet. Like he hasn't, at this point, he hasn't even made the land and whatnot.
Well,
but he
the
did,
Big Bang. Well,
we didn't have.
So when you do your wordplay, G. Ross, what does it come up with for light? I was curious about that.
It just says the day and the night.
The luminance.
About the Hebrew translation.
Man,
sun,
that was 40 weeks ago.
So not flowing.
40 and 40 is such a sufficient number, but
yep.
The luminance of light doesn't have to come from the sun. It can come from the human soul. It can come from a number of different sources.
Yeah.
Why do you have to ask what source the light comes from?
Well, Yoda was pointing out. Here, let's go to Genesis chapter 1.
Well, there's different ways that you can get light, though. You can get light from sound, and so that's where frequency and vibration come into play. But I was just curious, in what aspect are they talking about light when the sun and the stars haven't even been created yet?
Well, you can get light from friction and vibration. So you can actually, allegedly. No, I hate to say allegedly after every sentence, but of course I have to, because none of what we're saying is even, well, if it's not proven in fact, you have to say allegedly. But of course, fact is a variable that is of course subjective to everybody. And I hate that fact. The fact that fact is subjective. But whatever. Drop my cigarette. But if you know what I'm saying, though, fact it's subjective nowadays. In the 21st century, fact is subjective.
Norm, when's the last time you've been in church?
When was the last time what?
You've been to church.
Yoda, I'm gonna put it.
Tell her you in church right now, Norm.
Yeah, no. As long as 3 of us are.
Yoda, I'm gonna put an article that has pretty good theories in your inbox, but also in the chat.
Okay.
It's some of the things I said and some other ideas.
You can clear this.
Chops ITMC You're watching Big Trouble in Little China, if I understood you right. That's pretty
Oh,
cool.
I love that movie when I was a kid.
Yep.
He hasn't been at church in 30 years.
I like Kurt
30
Russell. And that was actually gosh, what was the guy's name that I partied in his office?
Are y'all familiar with a guy on YouTube that goes by Jericho Green? Black guy. The reason why
I remember hearing of him a while ago, but Big Trouble.
Red Pill had him on his show at one point. The reason why I ask is because every time he talks about Nancy Pelosi, he always refers to her as David Lopan from Big Trouble in Little China. Because he was so liver spotted, and he loves talking mad shit about
the Evans
Nancy
guy.
Pelosi.
Oh god,
What's
the
that?
Evans guy that produced that movie.
Oh, I don't remember.
Robert Evans. His parties on the Paramount lot were Oh yeah, never mind. Duppy. And notice I didn't say Dumpy, but Duppy. I didn't say 40 was a BS number. I said 40 was
Right. You were saying it was like a big number or something. And by the way,
yeah,
I think
I didn't say 40 was a BS number, but Duppy, I love you, man. I didn't say that, but
I think the amounts of weeks that we had, this is our 43rd week of Bible reading. So it was 42 weeks ago that I covered Genesis 1.
Well, technically, we're still in Genesis. Yeah.
I meant 1. Yeah. Right.
Let me go get some more coffee. I'll be right back.
Get that coffee. We in church, says Rev. 2 or more discussing the word.
well, no, yeah, exactly. Exactly what I was telling Kitty, but I'm going to church. I'm going to my church with Kitty, and I'm going to my Catholic church.
Nice.
A lot of people don't agree with Catholic Mass, but I find it comforting and consolidating with my youth. No matter what you guys say, I do find it comforting.
I'll just diss the Pope left and right, and we'll leave it at that.
Well,
I'm kidding.
yeah, exactly.
I kid. I joke.
No, I can agree with that.
That's kind of like my dad's position. He was an altar boy, and he's not pleased with the direction of the church, but he's...
I was an altar boy.
Yeah. So he's like... He really kind of wants it to be like it was,
Innocent?
Yeah. Like not corrupt like it's been.
Yeah.
The Church of 9dNation. Good one, Rev.
Yeah, but I was there, and I don't know what to think of it anymore. But yeah, I was there once when I was innocent, and I never saw the corruption.
Right.
I didn't even hear about that until I was in college.
Yeah. I don't think my dad saw any corruption from his vantage point, but any institution can be corrupt. I wonder if some of it's overblown, I really don't know. It's hard to get a gauge on that. You want justice for the people that were abused, right?
Yeah, but when you're a kid, you don't see the corruption.
Right.
You really don't. And you don't unless maybe you're exposed to it, but I was not exposed to it when I was a kid.
Exposed to what?
Corruption of the Catholic Church.
The priests.
Haven't they always been corrupt? The way I've learned it is they've always had a Luciferian connection.
Not all of them. Anyway. Not all of them.
No, I get that. I'm talking about...
I was never exposed to it when I was a kid. I didn't even learn about it until I was older.
Yeah, I could see that.
But
maybe
that's a lens of a child's perspective. But
you want me to share a dark thought with you?
Please.
Now, this is entirely speculation on my part.
Please
Not
do
the
it.
first time you be
You
sharing a dark thought. But
when
yeah.
you think of a nun's outfit, right?
Yeah.
And how bulky and baggy and how black hides shape, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you learn about these kids, the sacrifices, and I can't help but think the reason why nuns dress like that is so they could hide pregnancies and shit,
That's a reasonable thought.
to participate with the sacrifices and whatnot.
It's a
Right?
reasonable thought.
That's dark.
It's
I-
dark.
Yeah, but I don't. I knew a kid that his mother was a nun and his father was a priest. I did not learn of this until Father's Day one year, where we were going out to lunch with a friend of mine, and it's like,
Namster
Oh,
says not
he
every
said-
priest is corrupt. I can get with that.
yeah. No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I know that for a fact.
Right.
I know that for a fact.
So, like, my line of thought with the nuns dressing the way they do, and then look at their convent setup. They're always tucked away, right? I can't help but wonder if they were just churning out little sacrificial babies.
No, I disagree. I've known a lot of nuns growing up.
Duppy says, "Are you suggesting, Yoda, that Whoopi Goldberg is a nun?"
Wow.
She was in Sister Act, wasn't she?
Yeah, well, I think that was the whole thing I got from it. It was Sister Act, but yeah, and there was a whole Lost thing where
What about Stacey Abrams?
people pose as that those sort of things to hide, but
okay, so there's like what, hundreds of millions of Catholics around the world.
Yeah.
Some tiny percent, like some
The biggest-
monastery out in the middle of nowhere and a nunnery out in the middle of nowhere, could be doing crazy stuff.
Well, look,
But,
have you learned about the dark history with like Mother Teresa?
that's like every single like culture.
Absolutely. Any religion could have this corruption.
It's not only one religion.
Right.
Of course, the biggest religion is going to have that sort of culture. And I don't know if I told you guys this, but I actually studied theology I was going to get a master's in divinity to go into
Right.
seminary. And that wasn't because of me. That was because of my grandmother. But that's a whole other story. The reasons why I was going to do it.
Mhm.
But I actually had a girlfriend that was talking me out of doing it. Then that's a whole other thing. But the guys I went in there with were repressed homosexuals.
Okay.
And
What kind
and
of
when I say that,
homosexual?
I don't mean this.
Repressed.
Oh,
I don't mean this as a derogatory thing. I felt bad for them. I felt really, really bad because they were repressed, because their family did not want them, and they didn't want to be either. They were repressed homosexuals, and I hate to say this, but they were a majority of the guys. And then other of us were like just kind of taking it kind of leisurely as a joke, kind of like follow along with what our family wanted us to do, like myself and some other guys, and we saw these repressed homosexuals. I felt bad for them. Some of the other guys made fun of them, but they didn't want to be homosexual because of their family. I felt bad. No, I felt horrible because of what they were being forced to do. I felt they were being forced to do. They didn't know they were being forced to do this.
Right.
And if they go into this being forced to do this, after a while, they're going to let their true self show up, but be even angry. And I was young. They were young, but I can understand where their anger. I've known a lot of homosexuals growing up, and they're going to be angry when they realize they're being forced to do this. And I can understand how they lash out. This is them lashing out. I can't condone anything they freaking did. I've even tried to talk some out of doing that when I was there, because I left because of other reasons, for heterosexual reasons, not homosexual reasons.
Parking in WeHo.
What?
We were all about the gay parade, the gay pride parade.
Kitty,
Don't lie
you
about
don't know anything what I'm talking about right now, Kitty.
Gay people
But
are okay.
but I left for heterosexual reasons,
Fair.
and I couldn't do the celibacy thing, but the homosexual thing, that was a completely different level, where Kitty, shut up, please.
Everybody has rights. You do
They
or
they
be
had
there.
pressures beyond their control, beyond worldly control.
I never understood the celibacy thing with priests.
What?
Like, why is that so
Wasn't it to
important?
keep land somehow?
Keep what?
Somehow it's related to keeping land or something. I've heard.
I don't know.
What, celibacy?
Yeah.
Mhm.
He's never had.
Not having sex?
No, I know what it is. But
Sowing seeds? Yeah, keeping land, sowing wild seeds, yeah. But
because I was raised Baptist, so I don't really know a whole lot about Catholics. But I always wondered why it was important that they be celibate when the Bible tells you to be fruitful and multiply.
yeah. Because because everybody has their different translations, and it's subjective.
Well, yeah. At one point, Paul says.
It's a subjective. No, everything's subjective. But
At one point, Paul says, "I wish everyone could be like me," but since they can't, men should have a wife. Blah blah blah. So you could take that as an argument for some class of people to be celibate. I don't take it that way, but I'll bet you that's part of the argument.
But no, but everything's subjected to how people feel.
Heresy.
And yeah, people
Heresy.
need therapy, Katie. Yeah.
Heresy.
What?
Heresy.
Yeah.
HIERSH. Heresy. You are being an absolute. Nothing that you're saying is true.
I love you, Katie.
Nothing you're saying is true.
Yoda, did you bring anything
You're
else?
just making this up for your.
Nah, that was pretty much it for because I knew the stuff we were going to cover tonight was going to be not a drive.
Because that's also a spin.
So other than the whole 1,000-year thing, the only thing that really stood out to me in what you read out tonight was being able to take somebody that's not part of the bloodline,
right?
Do the El Chapo, and now they're part of the, they're part of God's promise at this point.
They are, except for that little bit that they flopped onto the ground just then.
I guess that's just fertilizer at that point.
Right. Homos, pronouns, transgenders, feel bad, not vets on the street, killings themselves every hour, but yeah, feel bad. 3% gay, 1% trans, vets, Sloan TV in the chat.
So, I know people that give genders to their cars, and most of the time ships or airplanes are her.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
The
but
Enterprise is a she. Hangton Alien
but-
Surfer probably has encountered the Enterprise.
yeah, but I also know that the Latin the Latin language, French and Spanish language also have
Mhm.
female or feminine and masculine.
There's a
Now,
really good song
pronoun?
called El Toro y la Luna.
Vas? No, but
El Toro y la Luna. The Bull
Yeah,
and the
but-
Moon. It's a beautiful song.
but yeah, there's masculine and feminine.
The moon is
Um,
female.
Well, that's the same with the yin and yang.
Right.
You know, you got duality all throughout everything.
Mm-hmm.
Positive, negative, right?
So if we change the if we change that, do we change the vocabulary as well?
There was a good meme. I forgot how it went, but it was kind of talking about trying to remember gender words. Like what gender, like, I can't remember it.
Well, you have male and female plants, right? That
Right,
need each other
Yeah.
to do their thing, procreate, to make fruit. Now, let's say plants were sentient and you had a plant that felt transgender. Well, you're not going to be part of procreation because
Tell the bees
you have feelings about wanting to be a certain way.
tell the bees and the hummingbirds to stay away from those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the
birds.
way,
let,
and I
let me
know
tell
you
you
guys,
about the birds and the bees and the flowers and the trees.
I know you guys probably could just assume this or already knew this, but I just suddenly was like, I wonder if I can get my pet gender affirmative surgery. You can. I checked. Yeah.
Wow.
I know.
Wow.
I know.
Are you talking about under insurance or can you get in general?
I don't know if it's covered by insurance yet.
No,
I
I'm
don't
pretty
even know
sure
what
it's
to say.
covered
That-
by
that is
my
such a
insurance.
complete waste of money.
It is. But we castrate bulls all the time, right? Don't we?
No, castration is different from sex assignment surgery.
Right.
I mean, why would you even waste your time thinking about something like that?
'Cause
Why would a vet surgeon be like, oh, you know what? This would be a good fucking practice to open up
I'm
and
pretty sure if you went to prison, they would do that for you.
right.
I'm actually pretty sure that they have been doing that for years now in
Yeah.
prison.
isn't the military doing it?
I think so.
I hear that might be true allegedly, but I pretty sure if you go to prison, that if you want a gender assignment surgery, just go to prison,
Right.
guys. Just commit a felony, go to prison. You can get a gender assignment surgery, and then
Didn't we pay
whatever
for
you want.
Bradley Chelsea Manning's surgery?
Yes, exactly, and that's where I'm getting that from.
Yep.
Yeah, Chelsea Manning. Yeah.
Commander Sloan in the chat says the priorities of our nation is lift up the weirdos and forget the heroes.
Sadly.
Well, yeah.
Wait, isn't Chelsea Manning the one that had like all kind of classified documents? Was
Yeah,
in
so I
prison?
kind of like Chelsea Bradley Manning.
Yeah,
And-
well, that yeah.
Wait,
that
matter
was,
of fact, because of the surgery, they ended up letting him out of prison, didn't they?
I think so.
See, that's some
Obama appealed. Yeah, I did.
You know, guys, for years I was like, I'm still a little dicey on Snowden. It took me a long time to warm up to.
I am still a lot of dicey on Snowden.
Yeah,
Actually,
but what's his name? WikiLeaks.
Julian Assange.
Yeah, I'm 99% thumbs up on him now.
Well,
I was
yeah, the
always
fact that
thumbs up
he's
on him.
still in prison. Yeah.
The
Yeah,
fact that
he's
you have all of your deep staters and your rhinos just so upset when you just mention his name.
yeah,
That's a red flag to me.
it
You
is
know,
to
Oh
me
yeah.
too.
Oh yeah.
But I went through a phase where I was like leery about that much state secrets being spilled, but I'm all for it now. Don't get me wrong. I'm just confessing I went through I used to think Dick Cheney was out for our good interest.
No, we wouldn't be human if we didn't question that shit.
well, dude, we've learned. Think about it
By the
though.
way.
We've learned so much, and this is back when none of us even knew each other.
Right.
When Julian Assange first came out with a lot of the info that he was trying to drop on us,
Yeah.
most of the populace was not ready yet.
Right.
They weren't woke.
Right.
Or
I
when I say woke, I
I
mean
still
like
have the insurance file somewhere. His insurance file that
Right.
never was released. The
but a lot of people have learned
encryption key.
volumes of truth
Yeah,
since Julian Assange first came out.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm not even the same person anymore. Like I am, but my level, dude, I'm so many far levels above where I used to be.
You went from many levels from Steven to Black Yoda.
Thank you.
And I think we all did, actually. From
of course.
From our true selves to our avatar or whatever you want to call it, because we have our true self, we have our ego, we have our avatar,
right?
And we have our anon. But we went through many levels to go back. No, Steven.
Yeah.
You went from Black Yoda back to Steven. I went from Hankton Island server back to Norman. But you have released your whole name. I won't release my last name because of many reasons, but
that's legit.
I still haven't gone back to my last name. I won't, but a lot of people really know it because I've doxed myself many times. But G Ross, you are G underscore Ross, but we will not always release our true self.
Right.
Oh, I'll let it all hang out.
I know. but
he's clanging left and right when he walks down the stairs.
Some of us don't. Some of us have a lot to lose if we do that.
No, I get
that's
that.
fair.
Nah, because I'm the kind of guy like
I let my face.
Yeah.
There.
Like I'm gonna just say it how it is. You know, if you try to put me in a situation where I got to be mindful of pronouns and people's feelings, the first thing I'm gonna say is I don't give a. You know what I mean?
Well, your pronouns
and
are.
I could be like.
I'm not entertaining that.
But
I'm not gonna
being
pretend,
associated with you, I could be actually judged by it being associated with you. And that's that could be a bad thing for me. Actually, that's just monetarily, and I'm not. I'm worried, but I'm not. But
right,
yeah, if it happens, it happens. But
right, but why accelerate?
Why
the odds?
Put myself in that situation.
You know, I used to mess with a chick where she always put what other people thought of, you know, the decisions that she made in her life and how she presented herself to the world. She had more consideration for that than she did for herself. And I used to ask her all the time, why do you care about what other people think? Like, because I could give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? What you think about yourself has nothing, or what you think about me has nothing.
We're going to check out bars tomorrow. We're going to happy hour.
Okay.
Nice.
Like what somebody or group
It
of
could
people,
actually affect me financially.
Right.
no,
It could,
I get that. I get that. But I'm
it
just
could
saying, me individually, I'm not gonna care. Like what somebody else
it's
think.
like,
White t-shirt
you're beyond
contest.
that point. You're beyond that point, and I
Oh yeah,
understand
hell yeah.
that. I totally understand that point. I'm
No,
not
but I've
beyond.
always been like that though. Even when I was a kid, I was like that.
Right.
And I never really understood how some people prioritize what other people think about them. But she used to stress out over it. And that was just something I could just not comprehend because I was like, why do you care? But then at the same time, when you really when she would open up and really talk about how she felt on the inside, her self-esteem level was so low, bro. Like she had
It's
actually a lot of girls I've dated had very low self self. Why am I having a hard time with that word?
Good
but
night,
but
MP Jamal.
Black Yoda,
Self-esteem.
it's not self-esteem. It's a way of living. It's right now what I can do with what I can do.
Right. That's fair.
And I am
We're alcoholics.
okay.
Me
she's
too.
alcoholic.
Pray
No,
for us.
no,
seriously, pray
she's
for
I'm
us.
right there with you.
No, seriously.
but
Seriously,
seriously,
say a prayer for us. Give me a kiss.
say a prayer
me a
for
kiss.
her. Okay,
You are too.
shut the fuck up right now.
Pray it.
Because
Don't lie.
I can afford to do what I want
a
to do
prayer.
right now. Kidding. I
No,
can
that's
afford to do
reasonable.
what I want to do because of the career I have. But
Right.
I could lose my career any minute
We need prayers.
by talking to you two, by the way.
It's very
Right.
sweet.
Are talking on Foxhole.
It's heartfelt.
Same here.
Yeah. So,
Very sweet.
Kitty, shut the fuck up. Sorry, I didn't mean to swear, but yeah.
That's fine. Gentlemen, I try so hard to carve out later nights by taking a nap before, but I went to a BJJ seminar and I did not get any nap in today. So I'm wondering if you guys want to round out the show.
I'm fine with that.
Right on.
I was supposed to take a nap earlier and never got around to it. And then for some reason, I kept snacking on shit all day. After I started the day by eating a heavy meal, right? It all day, my stomach has just been full. And for one reason or another, something kept happening throughout the day that kept me up. And I didn't really sleep well last night.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I'm for that. Because we don't have much topic as far as like the material, in Genesis that you read for tonight. You know what I mean?
Tonight I knew was going to be a little thin. Oh, by the way, I'm off next week traveling. So it'll be 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah, you did warn us about that. I forgot about that.
So the very next show on G-Ross will be Sloan TV's got the Avocado King sticker in the chat.
But when you come back,
do the second half. of
the next show is the day before St. Patrick's Day, by the way.
No, I'm gonna be out of town next week. So
yeah,
I'm
I was
next
supposed
week.
to be out of town this week, but
now the next chapter might be a little interesting because this is where Sarai gets the womb tickled, right?
Right.
So that might be it'll definitely be more interesting than tonight.
Yeah, gonna finish chapter 17 next week. Let's see what that covers.
That covers Sarai being blessed and then circumcision with Ishmael.
Yeah.
all right, guys, I gotta go.
Right on.
But I won't talk to you guys next week. Okay. Okay, what are you doing, G-Ross?
I'll be back in 2 weeks.
All right, that's 2 weeks. But love you guys.
Love you too. And we will pray
Yeah.
for you guys to have a great time.
Yeah. You have a good time too. Love you guys.
Love you, brother.
Love you too, bro.
All right. Bye.
Well, G Ross, in 2 weeks we will do this again.
Right on.
Hopefully I'll come across a couple of good nuggets.
Yes.
God is pretty good about giving me at least one to bring up in conversation.
Yeah, you got a good one.
He's always been pretty good about that.
Yep.
So in 2 weeks, I come across the good nugget. I'll jot them down.
Thank you.
So chat, bye for now. G Ross, I will talk to you later.
Right on. See
All right,
you in 2
later.
weeks. Bye, brother. All right. Team Foxhole and other channels. Let me get us some scratching released. It is released. Let me start the outro music, and then I'm going to tell you that we won't be here for 2 weeks. Let me explain. Let me explain myself. I got some splaining to do. Hitting the road. And so there will be no Sunday night show this week. There will be no Friday show with Angular. There will be no Wednesday show next week. There will be no Friday show next week after, and no Sunday show then. So the very next time there will be a G Ross broadcast will be 2 weeks from now. I really want to thank the mods, that is Anka Vanka. I want to thank the wonderful chat and lurkers and sticker placers and sticker makers. And go check out Chop's ITMC's awesome merchandise in Rise Attire. I'm a little bit jealous, I'm going to be honest. That is so cool that you have some Rise Attire garments. I don't understand how you get it. I want it. I want to do that. Something with the underscore. I'll be thinking. See if I can talk them into it or whatever has to happen. But go check out Chop's ITMCs. I think I've told you everything that I need to tell you. I'm going to break down the green screen. I'll be swinging by the Sloan chat where I always decompress and break down the green screen. It takes me about 5-10 minutes. So I'll see you back here in 2 weeks. Good night, fam. Thank you for spending time with us. We're joined on Fridays by co-host Angular. This has been G Ross, and you are the underscore. Be sure to catch us on the foxhole.app, DLive, YouTube, or Facebook. Current shows include the Bread Pill Weekly. You've been red pilled, now be the red pill. You're out of the oven and ready for delivery on our weekly alternative news roundup and call-in show on Foxhole, DLive, YouTube, and Facebook every Friday at 5:30 p.m. Central, co-hosted by G Ross and Angular. Current shows include Epistemology for Fun and Profit, where woo meets goo. You're in the woo, and the woo is in you. A philosophical call-in show with occasional guest interviews, diving into the oldest questions. Most episodes are exclusively on the foxhole.app, Sunday at 11:30 p.m. Central. Current shows include 9dNation, the nation with no denomination. Declare to the custom agents any edible plants or miscellaneous worldviews. We take a look back at how we got here, eventually leading into a regular Wednesday night Bible study at 11 p.m. Central. Catch us on the foxhole.app, DLive, YouTube, and Facebook. Our Friday co-host is Angular. This has been G Ross, and you are the underscore.
I mean, really think about this. I mean, it really is like a movie. So now they're starting to realize that the video footage with no sound, they added sound to it.
Wait a minute. How many officers
a movie.
died during?
We're watching a
January
show
6th?
right now.
Well, if you go with, it
DC
depends on
Drano
who you
put
talk
this
to.
out
If you talk to
and
Joe
shows
Biden,
a video
you talk
of
to
a
someone
patriot
in that
going up to the
administration or
Capitol
whatever,
Police,
it's
who are
like
dressed in
100
riot
died.
gear,
You know,
saying, "Hey, listen, why don't you?"
you don't
pull
know
for
shit,
back-
Jack.
I remember like trying to retain my gun. I remember guys chanting like "kill him with his own gun." So like,
Tased you, right?
yeah, I was tased. I think about a half dozen times on the back of my neck.
I want to let's get a snap of that.
Yeah, I took a picture. So, unless this was like a Westworld style simulation where the tourism is that you get to go wild on the police, that ain't peaceful. I mean, if it was peaceful, why were members of Congress in gas masks?
Because they're fucking cowards and they were afraid for the first time of their constituency. Let's see. Let's go over to, you got a cookie fight over here on the Foxhole. Let's see. Thank you to TX Girl 71 with the cookie with the message Average Joe Patriot sent me. Much appreciated. Thank you to Ann Abolitionist with the cookie with the message, thank you for your service. I can't watch stupid for too long as you do. No problem. I appreciate that. Thank you, Just Gem with the cookie with the cookie fight message. And Abolitionist with the cookie. Just Gem with the cookie. And Abolitionist with the cookie. Just Gem with the cookie. And Abolitionist with the cookie. And Just Gem with the cookie with the message, real news. Right, real news needs the footage. Pinata should get the footage next. Actually, everyone should get the footage for sure. Because, I mean, hell, what, 2 weeks with the Anons? Holy shit, that thing will be blown wide open. Let's see. An abolitionist with the cookie says, amazing how the camera people are always ahead of the action. How do they get there before the mob? Especially when the guy is going up the stairs. Like, who is filming the cop that is going up the stairs? Like, and there, that is very odd for sure.
Hiding on the chamber floors, including Republican Congressman Andrew Clyde, who later pulled a Fox and called the whole thing a normal tourist visit, despite there being pictures of him barricading the chamber door to keep the tourists from busting in. Remember the guy who broke into Speaker Pelosi's office and propped his feet on her desk? Does that normally come included with the Capitol tour? And if these people didn't do anything wrong, then why were
No one said that no one did anything wrong.
more than 1,000 of them arrested on charges related to the attack? And why have so many of them pleaded guilty to crimes and gone to prison?
Because they were coerced to because of the D.C. swamp.
For tourism? Again, Tucker testified under oath that he lies to his audience for money.
And your good friend, Rachel Maddow, did the same thing. Alex Jones did the same thing. They say that you shouldn't take me seriously. This is all for entertainment. And while I'm at it, anything that Drunk Pinata says is for entertainment purposes only.
Those were not sightseers. You weren't hallucinating. All of that violence really did happen.
Although you guys know, I have a very good track record of being myself.
Pretending that it didn't is just straight up disrespectful to the men and women who risked their lives to save those lawmakers, Democrat and Republican, that day, not to mention our democracy. Sergeant Aquilino Gonell, one of the officers who battled the mob that day, posted this picture captioned, "My souvenir from the peaceful sightseeing mob." And the family of Officer Brian Sicknick, who died as a result of the insurrection.
That's a false statement.
Issued a scathing statement asking, what will it take to silence the lies from people like Carlson? What will it take to convince people that the January 6th insurrection was very real?
No one denies that it was real.
was very violent and that the event
No one denies that there was parts of it that were violent.
was orchestrated by a man who is every
No, well, orchestrated by a man or an agency, I think agency is probably a little bit more on the nose.
bit as corrupt and evil as Vladimir Putin. The Sicknick family would love nothing more than to have Brian back with us and to resume our normal lives. Fictitious news outlets like Fox and its rabid followers will not allow that. Every time the pain of that day seems to have ebbed a bit, organizations like Fox rip our wounds wide open again, and we are frankly sick of it. Leave us the hell alone.
Did anyone talk to you or do anything what you're talking about? Like, if because someone brings up your name, that doesn't mean anything. And which leads me to what we're definitely
After the
gonna,
break.
which is what we're definitely gonna have to talk about tomorrow. And one of the reasons why I wanted to play this clip. It is very clear that what's going to happen moving forward is that they're going to use the Alex Jones, Sandy Hook stuff to essentially, if you have any inkling or any kind of an opinion that goes outside of what the mainstream news narrative is, you are now inciting physical harm. You can be civilly sued for any harm. I mean, think about what they were just what they were just saying there. They're insinuating that, the Sicknick family is now harmed by what? Tucker Carlson saying that the guy was wearing a helmet, and that if you show anything about that, or like, it is very clear where they're going with this. They're going to use their game plan essentially is that if you have any if you're going against their narrative at all, they're going to have grounds to sue or ban your account or this and that. It's very clear where they're going with this. So it's pretty late, so I've already lost some clarity. So we'll have a better take on this tomorrow, but I just wanted to get
Over here at My Daily Choice, yes. Anyway, I want to thank all you guys. My PayPals who have been with me since day one and really got me started. Without you guys, I couldn't have done it. And my Buy Me a Coffees. So I wanted to, speaking of Buy Me a Coffee, Heel Drummer Q, thank you for your donation. And also, he was talking about being blocked on Blue Water's channel. And apparently, I did contact Blue Water about that. And he mentioned that many had been blocked. And what they had to do was create a new account and then join again. Many use Proton Mail. And et cetera, so forth and so on. But so I wanted to give that message directly to you, Heel Drummer 2 and Heel Drummer Q. And I also wanted to make sure I told the people at Buy Me a Coffee and also the viewer mail people who I want to thank that I'm going to do a whole separate video on that viewer mail. I'm just going to start calling it viewer mail because you guys make interesting questions and that you send me intel and all kinds of other things that I want to acknowledge. So, and I definitely want to read this message from Heel Drummer Q because Heel Drummer Q is snarky. And that message made me laugh. So, and also, yes, I have to thank the people who send me things and also the people who shop here. You're helping out this channel as well. And a lot of stuff, a lot of information coming out that is really making a whole lot of sense to those of us who have been researching. Let's put it that way. So this is a little more on the Bogdanov and on the Omicron draconian species and their agendas and stuff. And everything about them, and a little on the black dust. And I'm going to go over what he says before I actually play it like I did last time. And there's a meme or two I wanted to show. And of course, I want to look at some of the Q posts, or the QAnon, the military operation that they call QAnon. I wanted to look at some of the posts. So the one that I want to look at right now is Where We Go When We Go Well. When you look at this idea of becoming light beings, or we're staying with Earth and they're going to move over to something that's in 3D. Still in 3D space or Earth, so that they can gradually find this information out without there being a human catastrophe of epic proportions. I mean, people are going to die in the streets if they're not slowly introduced to this information because it's so beyond the spectrum of what they think they know. And so where we go one, we go all. This is right to the end, people. And I thought that was a really interesting thing to think about. And here's another one. It says the world is watching. Enjoy the show. But what are they wearing? They're wearing 3D glasses. Okay, let me answer that for you. They're wearing 3D glasses. So the world is watching in 3D. Enjoy the show. The show is for the 3D people. It's really not. Well, it is for us because we can see it. They can't. So we can see the mask flapping around. We can see the Jim Carrey Biden. We can see, I'm not saying it is, but it's somebody like Jim Carrey who's under that mask when they mount that plane. But we're seeing all of it. I think we're seeing samples of holograms. We're seeing samples of like robots. We're seeing samples, and we're seeing them everywhere. Like when the Pope disappeared on the balcony, just pop, disappeared. And there's all kinds of other things going on where we are being shown too. We're also being shown how dang brainwashed these people are. Our beloved dopes. This is called Britain treason. It really slams it home what they wanted to do to us. Look at this. Any politician that supports bringing in more Muslims is guilty of aiding the enemy. They should be tried for treason as traitors. Look, when you've got women chained together, they have to cover up their hands. It's hot over there. They're wearing face masks and all of this stuff. They're covered in burqas, covered from head to toe. They're chained together and being paraded through the streets. And these libtard people think that that's okay. Woo, man. And let's not forget. Blows at the clown. All of his, speaking of UPS, which I didn't, but I'm going to right now, I sent the bubble machine to Ruby, who is Christian's daughter, and I had to go through UPS, which is very expensive. But I noticed that there's a big change going on over there at UPS. Well, I believe that UPS was one of the first places to be taken down because they were importing secretly unvetted ISIS. ISIS, that's what they were doing. They were importing ISIS. They were, just like they're shipping this bubble machine, they were shipping ISIS in here. So now all of the, I found out from when I went to go get this done, that the individual owners of the franchise or whatever, they're all selling. They all are selling their franchises. So I think that's really interesting. And anyway, part of the reason was they were bringing these ISIS people that were going to do this to us if they had their way. Remember this. Don't forget it. Look at these guys. Look at these things. Okay? They're freaking frightening. Look at them. We're supposed to accept that these are human.
If everything could ever feel this real forever, if anything could ever be this good again.
Okay, so anyway, we talked about these they are and so these vessels that supposedly they occupy were probably bred and, they already knew they were going to be occupied by these entities. And I guess these entities couldn't survive. They have to keep modifying them because of the just pure evil of these entities. So it says the Bogdanovs are not wrapped up in the, in other words, when I say the Bogdanovs, the Omicrons are not wrapped up in the Draconians' agendas. They are here to report to Orion. And the Bogdanovs are set up in a castle that is unbelievable. But he says it's what's underneath them. He says, don't be fooled, and he says something and he breaks up. And a lot of times when he's talking about Bogdanovs, he breaks up. And then it comes back and he says, when you're in the middle of nowhere, you can kill as many kids as you want. He's talking about all of these castles. But they have to do it ritually. It has to go underneath, and then it starts to break up again. He goes on, once the breakup starts and stops and the freezing stops, he goes on to say mazes are not for fun. They are satanic. All castles have mazes in the flower garden. Even if you don't kill kids, there's going to be a maze in there. And they aren't what you think they are. They aren't for fun. They are satanic. And they are there as a symbol as well. He talks about Alice in Wonderland, In Your Face. He calls it a significant film, but of course it was a book before that. And he says kids and families look at it as entertainment. When you're shown stuff at an early age and all this stuff is happening, you want more. So the adventures are geared towards kids wanting more of that story. Black Dust, Omicrons, and Bogdanovs, the only reason we see black dust is our frequencies break them apart. And that's what we see. Our frequencies and all the stuff that they're doing to us inside the dome here breaks them all apart into black dust. That's how we see them here. And if you see a demon on the other side, it looks like a crazy, messed up, negative ball of energy. So they can mimic horrible looking things. Well, I would say they're pretty good at that. Here we go. Here's another picture for you. If you think they can't mimic horrible things, I mean. So he's saying that when you actually see them, they can mimic all kinds of creatures and hybrids and stuff that are not like anything we've ever seen, that have actually been created with different types of DNA. And they mimic this on this side of the plasma screen, kind of like this, what we're looking at right now. Looks like a monster. Looks like monsters. And so, Omicron's powerful, powerful connection to all of this, everything that's happening right now. And they've all been taken out. So they came up with a coronavirus named Omicron, and they say that these two died from it, okay? Omicrons, reptilian royalty, all across the board, or all across the universe. And they were brought here using human vessels. They like human vessels for one thing. They like music. And reptilians, this is all reptilians right here. They like human vessels for one thing, music. Well, they like it for food too, but, meaning that they don't really like us, okay? But they do like that we can create music. And you heard Daryl talk about that. He performed for this reptilian on the ship, and that he got at least a certain amount of respect from them because he played the guitar. Now, what to expect in 5D. Now, at this part in the video, and I left this in when I edited it, you're going to hear these sounds, which happen a lot. Only though when they've interrupted us a lot of times, it'll start to get angry sounding. I know this sounds crazy, but you can hear it. It sounds like snapping sounds, like sticks beating or banging. And it's like patterns of bangs. I forgot how many, like 4 or something. But it sounds like a stick or some kind of snapping sounds. And I've heard it in other broadcasts that Christian and I have done where they're trying to interrupt us, and it sounds angry. It sounds angry. So I left that in, and you'll notice it. And it all came about when I was talking, well, he said all organized crime are reptilians, and then what to expect in 5D, and then snapping sounds. And then it says 30 seconds, you won't see your arms and legs, and there'll be lots of flashing. So after this light that is cast off from this flash, and it's going to resemble strongly a nuclear event, we're not going to see anything. And when our sight comes back, we won't see our arms and legs, but lots of flashing is going to start when we open up our eyes. It'll take 30 seconds, okay? Done in 30 seconds. You won't see your arms and your legs. Lots of flashing will start. And that is the actual shift. The flashes are the shift happening. So we are staying. And also, it's our DNA repairing itself is what it is. And our pineal gland, of course. So it's our pineal gland cleansing itself. It's our DNA repairing itself. And it's the shift happening, okay? So we're going to remember all this, I guess is what I'm getting at. When this happens, it's not going to be something we're going to forget about. We're going to remember all of this, every detail, probably more than we've ever remembered anything. And the last 6,000 years will feel like 5 minutes because time moves in a loop. So I know that doesn't make sense right now to a lot of people, but they're going to cram the last 6,000 years, and it'll be all crammed into about 5 minutes because we got to get caught up with, we're staying. So, we will remember everything. They will remember it too. And as soon as we come out of this little warp where things are flashing and our DNA is being fixed and our memory is being restored and all of this, and as Christian said, it's not going to hurt. We're just not going to be used to it. We're not going to, well, in some sense, I feel like we're all going to know what's going on because I think our DNA, it does have to be repaired. All this stuff does have to happen. And I've said before, if it's not exactly this that's going to happen, well, it's something close to it. And that's my opinion. And anybody that disagrees with it is welcome to disagree with it. You can sit there and try to debunk it all day long. It doesn't matter. This is my opinion based on my research, and that is the truth. And it's out here for free for you to listen to or agree with or don't agree with. But in the end, if anybody dies or anything, they're all going to New Earth, and they will remember everything. And here's the reason for that, and I think this is profound, and it's very, very important. Everything has to happen in light form. Everything. They can't even do any of this. Everything has to happen in light form. So that's why everything has to happen in light form. They can't repair our DNA. They can't do any of that stuff in these crappy bodies that we have now. Well, they're not crappy, but they kind of are. They've been crapped up by these lizard things. Anyway, 30 seconds will be way advanced tech, and that works with light forms. So, and there will be no system in 5D. All negativity will be gone in 5D. So that eliminates the need for a system. The only reason we have systems is to think about it. The criminal justice system. Well, that's for criminals. There will be no negativity. It will not enter. It's not going to be able to enter. So that's another reason why we have to have this. We have to have the negativity removed from us, but it can't be done until we're in light form. At least we're done in 30 seconds. And there's going to be a lot of negativity in the 78% when they find out what's going on. They're going to have a better life there, but to a lot of them, it won't even matter because they'll be so blown away by all of this. Don't forget, we've got the 10 days of darkness where they're going to see some of this stuff. And remember, some of the people who watched the Hillary Clinton frazzle drip thing, they never recovered. They went insane. Their marriages broke up. All kinds of bad things happened to the people who watched that video. This is the kind of knowledge that could cause irreparable psychological damage. So they don't want to do that. This is a healing exercise. So that's why they have to go there. Like, we've already been initiated into it. So we kind of know what to expect. But they don't know. They won't listen to it. They've had their fingers in their ears this whole time. So they have to go there. And there will be people there who will recognize. But a lot of people have not faced the ET presence. And until you recognize it, see it, and want to understand it, therefore you do understand it, you're not going to be able to ascend, because the whole reason we're going through this is because of the ET presence. So you have to be wary of these things. This has to be burned into our DNA. We can't just say, oh, okay, everything's all right now. We can forget about it and go play, video games. He says it won't be easy to get used to quiet and other aspects of 5D living. Over here, he says he's the only one that's been able to explain why the sky is blue, that nobody else can explain it, but the plasma screen does. And again, I want to point out, there's orbs of light, there's light bulbs going off. So you've got orbs of light, which is what we're saying, it can't be done until we're in light forms. And there's light bulbs going on. We're going to remember our past and our history and figure this whole thing out. There's someone there, a teacher, with one of those pointer sticks poking the sky, which is a plasma screen. But not only that, there appears to be two skies, one in the front and one behind it. So it's a pretty profound meme, if you ask me. So he's the one, he says he's the only one that has been able to explain the sky. Since he was 12 years old, he knew this. He says there'll be no trash, no poison. In 5D, we'll have ocean care people whose only That's what they want to do, take care of the ocean. Children and women are most respected in 5D. And women mean much more than they do in this society. And men also get much more respect than they do in this society. Everything must be done in light because negativity can be detected in light and transported out of here. That's why everything needs to be, another reason why everything needs to be done in light form. I'm going to read that again. All must be done in light form, because negativity will be detected and transported out of here. That's another thing. They're going to transport it out. So that's all I have right now, and I'm going to leave you with the interview, and I hope you have a wonderful Wednesday.
Hey, Linda.
Yeah.
All I can say is, whoever's doing that must be gutted that you're a good editor.
Yeah, well, you know what? It just adds to the drama. That's all.
Basically, them, the Bogdanov brothers, yeah, they're not wrapped up too much in the agendas the Dragonians push out here, yeah. They're just there to like, sort of like, yeah, to report back to the Venetian families and whatever, back to Orion, you know what I mean? Because they're not set up in their castle. It's some set up, I'll tell you. And it's what's underneath these castles everywhere. Like you were saying, Linda, it's what's underneath them. Don't be fooled. Like, when you're in the middle of nowhere in these places, yeah, they could kill kids in their front room and their bedrooms if they wanted to, you know what I mean? But they have to do it ritually. So it has to go underneath, all in the middle of a forest somewhere where it's nice and discreet, and they do it out in the open a lot, don't they? Because they got, it's better out in the open most of the time. It opens up to let them in. Yeah. Mazes weren't created for entertainment. Mazes is a satanic thing. A maze is a satanic thing. Yeah. If you go in any castle or palace, you'll have a maze in the flower garden. Even if it's a little one, what ain't used to kill children in, you will have a maze there in the flower garden as a symbol because of the maze. Yeah. But a maze ain't what most of we all think what it is. It's a satanic thing. Yeah. That's what's in like what's it called? What's that program? The rabbit, the clock. Alice in Wonderland. Yeah. Alice in Wonderland, like most of you all know now, most of you not be watching us and that now, no, probably more than me on that one, but you know that Alice in Wonderland is a very significant film. Like, it's showing you so much. You know what I mean? So much in your face. But kids and family people just look at it as entertainment, don't they? You know what I mean? But when you're shown stuff from an early age, and all of a sudden all these things are happening, like, as a kid you want to see more. You think, hang on a minute, am I dreaming this? Am I mad? I mean, show me some more, give me some more. You know what I mean?
I want to go back to these brothers. They have to have adrenochrome too. These omnichrome.
Yeah.
And also, they have some black dust in them. These Bogdanovs.
Yeah. The black dust is the demons and that. But see when the plasma screen moves, when they come in, it won't be. If you see a demon on the other side, it ain't black dust. The only reason why it's black dust when they come in this side is because of all the frequencies and electromagnetic fields in here with us. Yeah, it shows us like black dust in our eye perception under the blue screen. Yeah, it ain't what you see on the other side. Yeah, when you see it on the other side, the demons. Yeah, you will see fucked up